for anyone coming in, I'm gonna start in a little bit. Kind of, kind of eating for 2 seconds before I start because I realized I was about to start and I'm kind of hungry. So I'm eating for like 30 seconds and then I'll start in a second. Just let me live. But yeah, it's the title. Or I guess I didn't put in the title. But as a tweet I tweeted suggesting I'm going to be doing braided hair first for Flo, for the character. And then I think that should probably do it for her design. And just to let everyone know, this stream's probably not going to be as long as last time because I got other work to do. So it's probably going to be a couple hours, not too bad. Actually, I think I'm just going to start. I'm just going to do the old eat while I go lunch break kind of thing. Alright, so first thing is actually Blender has sorry, I think I'm off mic a bit. Blender has this plugin that kind of lets you, I think it's called the hairnet uh, plugin or something like that. That actually lets you kind of do uh, sort of controlled braided hair because they do have. Hang on, I'll show you. Also, I don't know if anyone notices, but or if anyone could read that small, but her hair says Maya hair because this character model was originally for a character who was going to be called Maya. Like the lead character in Diver was initially going to be like a young black girl who was kind of just was kind of deciding to get into Diver. I mean, to become a diver. And that was going to be like one of the first stories I had, and then and this character model I think was from that. But then over time the story changed, and I decided I wanted to make a story about the tournament, and then maybe, you know, if people like Diver and people continue. Oh hey, Keisha. Keisha says, "How's it going? Thanks for stopping by." But yeah, people, you know, like the show. And if the show is able to go on for a long time, maybe we'll. I thought of like, this isn't set in stone because I have a lot of ideas of where the story where I kind of want the story to go after the story, because I kind of wrote this season as kind of like a complete uh, like I kind of wrote it as a movie. Like I wrote it as like, if I just do this season, if I'm only able to do this, I'll be happy. Like it's a beginning, middle, and end. It's not like hopefully there will be some, if people like the show and if people want to see more, there'll be some threads that can be continued and stuff like that. But I didn't write it as something, at least this first season, I didn't write it as something that's like, something like that's meant to just be like so open ended. It just create a franchise instead of like just telling a story. So that's kind of how I wrote the season. But if people do, no, it wasn't Flo. It was just like this. I made Flo out of a character model of who was going to be the original protagonist, who was named Maya, and she was it was like, it was one of many stories I had before I decided on this one. But part of that story was like a young girl sort of in this like poor kind of slums area was she was gonna see. And it's funny, maybe I shouldn't be saying this, because I actually was thinking maybe I'd like to use this later on for something. But it was basically the first episode I had for that was that she kind of sees a championship on TV while she's working in some like it's crazy. I have some audio from this too, like from the actors who recorded for it. And actually the first shot of that episode was similar to the first shot of, which is how I got the idea of the first shot of the eventual actual first episode of Diver, where Zeke, I was gonna say Harrison, where Zeke looks down the cup and he's kind of looking down through this this cylinder, sort of circular shape. Like I had the idea that like Maya, who was originally going to be in the original version of the Diver, like she looks down kind of like a trash can in the very first shot at something. I won't get into like every aspect of that story, but she's like, that's how the series opened up. I just really like the idea of like, because like the it's vertical racing and you're going down, and I like the idea of like character kind of looking down a sort of tube like shape. It's almost like they're kind of looking down at like at the race in a way, or like as symbolism for the race or something like that. But yeah, that was the first shot of that, and so yeah, it was gonna be a story about a girl who just kind of, who has no interest in diving or gravity diving or anything like that. It's just kind of like a big sport at the time. It's kind of like, it'd be kind of like a girl who's living in like the slums somewhere in the world, and she's looking at like the Olympics, you know what I mean, like from wherever she's working, and she's kind of like, yeah, I mean, that's those people, they worked really, they're champions and their lives are amazing, but my life is here, like in this place. And so that was going to be kind of the story, but then I don't know, it just wasn't, I wasn't really that interested in doing like another uh, um, underdog type thing, because I felt like, we've seen this before. And the idea of, and there was the prologue where the prologue was basically what episode 1 and what the series of Diver actually is now, which is like, it's showing like, oh, these are the people in the top of their game and they're in a championship. That was going to be like the prologue, and then it was going to kind of zoom out, and then you'd be like looking at it from a TV, and then it'd be like Maya kind of at work, kind of like depressed because she's working at some, like, she was going to be working at some like low rent like VR place since in the future, I thought like I thought like it'd be kind of corny if she's just working at like a McDonald's. Like, I mean, everyone like this is the future. Like, I was thinking like it'd be cool if she was working at a place that like was sci-fi, but like still had like a low rent, kind of rundown quality to it. And so she was gonna be working at this like a crappy like ghetto like VR facility, which and then she was going to be kind of seeing what basically is the first episode of Diver, but she was going to be seeing that like on TV, and then it was going to kind of be like show the parallel and stuff like that. But there was no like human racers. That was the thing. It's like the human rate the fact that Zara and Zeke are the first human racers. That was kind of just for this version. Like, I think actually no, I think there was one. Yeah, maybe there was one, but it wasn't like Zara. Like Zara and Zeke did not really exist. They kind of existed in another story that I had, and then I kind of used those characters for this. It's a long process. Drawing parallels from the two. Yeah, basically, yeah. Because in my mind, diving was always kind of like vertically racing from a tube, even though like it's not technically a tube, it's the sky. But I kind of looked at it as sort of like that image in the first episode of Diver, which is I guess what influenced it was like they see like how you could see the clouds as kind of like a tube shape when you look at it from a certain distance, and when and from a certain camera, from like a wide angle lens, that's kind of what the sky looks like, or what a cloudscape kind of can look like if you're looking at it like that. And I kind of looked at diving like that, like, and that for me it was kind of like a tube shape, and so I thought like, and so yeah, that's where that imagery came from. How's it going, ADX P7? So yeah, all that because I just remembered that this character was originally from that version. I was making that version of Diver like, oh man, like years ago, like 2017, I think. Like after I decided I wasn't gonna do Karya anymore, and I had like voice actors for it. I had a bunch of stuff for it. Okay, anyway, let me see what I was saying before I got super distracted. Oh, okay, so this version of Blender does have the hairnet thing. Okay. You guys probably can't see it because it's small, but at the bottom of the hair settings here, there's like a section for, it's called hairnet. I think it's a 0.5.1 or something, and that's like a plugin that makes you that Blender has where you could do braids. I need to look at some of the tutorial how to do this because I haven't used this in a long time. I use this for I think, oh yeah, Zara's braids. She has braids in the recent episode, the special episode, and a character that's in episode 2 that's in the background of a scene with Flo. That character had a braid as well, but I haven't done that in a while, so I don't really remember how to do it. I remember it involves curves. That's what I remember. So let me actually make a curve. And let's actually, for the purposes of this, because I need to kind of see the hair, let's make her hair brighter. Okay. This is a gray hair version of Flo. But yeah, I don't want to tell you guys the whole sort of idea of the initial Diver series because I think I might use elements of that if Diver does continue past season one. Um, just elements of it, elements that I didn't mention. But actually, I probably won't. I don't know. Alright, should we just toggle all this off? Maybe. Just bold flow. Wait, is this an HD? Okay. Yeah, it is. Okay, so, hang on. I gotta change the settings. I feel like I mention this every time, but every time I stream, I have to make the preview that they're showing me of the stream. I have to make that in the least quality possible so that it doesn't slow down the computer. So, hang on a second. Okay, so right now I need to, according to this tutorial on braiding hair, it's funny because I do remember this now, but it's like with Blender you have to like, there's so many different things about it that I forget a lot of them, especially like plugins and stuff. Who's my favorite character in the series? I couldn't say that. That's it's like picking your favorite, literally picking your favorite child, because I did create them. I don't know if I have a favorite. I can't think of, because I like them all for different, at least the four, like Zeke, Zara, Flo, and Eustace. I feel like I like them all for different reasons. They all serve their different, purposes. But I guess because I've just animated her more than anything now, I guess I could say right now my favorite would be Zara because I just spent more time working on. So I guess I could say it. No, but I mean, it's not like a favorite. It's just like I've spent more time with that character now because of episode 1, 2, and now the special episode. And because she's the first character I ever actually animated for the show. Like the scene, that's the teaser trailer for Diver is the first. It was the first thing I ever animated for Diver. It was like months and months of just making stuff, and it was like just so tedious. So I don't know. I guess because like and she's like in the race scene. I think is the first thing I really animated as well. And I was doing like the character animation on and off of the first scene of with Zeke, Eustace, and all that. I was doing that kind of on and off, but like for months I was just doing the race scenes. I was just literally just filming, like, or animating slash filming with Zara for so long. And at first I was like figuring the series out, so I feel like I have just like I don't know. I just feel like I figured out the show while working with her and figuring out her character. And her character was the most work because I had to cast because the casting process it was even up until like this April and May. It was just a very complicated process. Whereas with Zeke, it's kind of like it's a different thing. Like I like him in a different way because I just create him on my own. Like I do the voice, so it's like I don't have to. It's not like a collaboration. Whereas Zara, actually, I'll say just the three main characters besides Zeke, because like Zeke, I like in kind of my own kind of selfish way. Whereas it's actually just fun collaborating with like the actors to kind of create the other three characters. Like that's more fun to collaborate than it is for me just to kind of selfishly uh, live out live out a dream of playing an animated character. Like that's more self satisfying kind of thing and fun in that kind of way. Whereas like but like actually like casting Zara and casting like Eustace and Flo and yeah I can't, yeah I guess I don't really have a favorite because but like I like doing Zeke. I like voicing Zeke and doing all that. The figuring out the personality of that on the same way that I like collaborating. I don't know. It's it's a different. It's a different type of fun to kind of create someone on your own versus to actually just give somebody notes and be like, I hope they do it well, and then they send me their voiceover. I'm like, oh my god, they did it amazingly. Like this is perfect. Like it's just a different kind of fun. Um, so yeah, it's all fun though. So I can't. I guess I can't pick and choose. Even though I was initially thinking Zara because like I just animated that character more than any other character. But yeah, I don't know. It's all fun. It's all good. The other kids are jealous. Yeah, no. It's all the like at least the first four because I had to work with them more than any other character. Like I like them all equally. I couldn't. Because when I think about like as much as like it's fun, figuring out Zara's character and spending more time with her character than any other character so far. Like also, whenever Leeson sends me voiceover for Flo, I literally am like laughing aloud because I'm like she's like Leeson is like such a sweet person, and she's voicing like such like a rude, abrasive character, which is so fun to hear. Um, and so, and Flo in episode 3 is so funny too. I can't wait for people to see it. But it's still, it's like, even with that said, everyone in episode 3, I think, has a funny moment. It's like has their, like, every of the four main characters for me has like a moment that made me laugh when I was writing it, and then when I heard their voiceover, it made me laugh again. So so it's like, as much as, you know, as much as it's not fun to say, I guess. It'd be fun if I just said, well, it's Zeke because he's mine. He's my character. That would be the fun answer, I guess, but that wouldn't be true. I should have just said Zeke. That would have been a shorter answer. It probably what you guys want to hear. How'd I go about? This is one of those other things I get asked a lot that I don't have an interesting answer for. I just email people. Like, I don't have a, I don't have like, you know, like a strategy. It's just like, for even for like some of the well-known people who are nice enough to voice so far in the show, it's like they were nice enough to say yes to doing my other show, Dead Star, years ago. And so for like Johnny Young Bosch and like Michelle Ruff, who've done voiceover for the show, like they'd agreed to be in Dead Star before, so it was like, it's not that interesting of a story to be like, I just asked them and they said yes. I was like, hey, I'm doing a new series, and they were nice enough to say yes. And everyone else is, I don't know. It's like everyone else kind of has a different story. It's like for Anaris, who voiced Sarah, it was kind of like, I think I told the story before, but I initially wanted like someone I'd never heard before, and I've heard Daenerys a lot because, well, not a lot, but, well, yeah, a lot, because she does a lot of voiceover for other projects too, and she did Dead Star, and I kind of knew her years before, so I didn't want to go with her initially, even though I really wanted her to kind of do it instinctually. But I was like, no, no, like, reject your instincts to just, you know, choose the you know, the black voice actress that you know and that you like, that you'd like to, that you know the voice would fit. Like, let's try to find somebody new. And then, so I tried to do that, and then that didn't really work. And then, because I eventually just kind of went, I kind of would just want to hear Daenerys do it. I really like her voice, and so she agreed, and 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 then she was too busy this year, and so somebody who messaged me like months ago, Kia, who didn't have a voice reel or demo reel or anything like that. She messaged me, I think on she slid in my DMs on on Instagram. It wasn't like that, but, and she said like, oh, I saw Diver, and I'd like to do a voice. And this is like months ago, and I kind of did the typical like, okay, well, if I have something for you, like, I'll let you know. Not really knowing that I ever would, but I just thought it was nice that she contacted me. So it was kind of like a courtesy thing. But then when I was looking for Zara after Anaris was kind of too busy to do it this year, I was kind of like, well, I kind of can't find anybody. And so there was this person who DM'd me like months ago, and then I kind of just asked her. I was like, oh, would you want to like try this, like, as almost like, let me just try it. And my mentality was like, let me just try everybody. Like, don't, you know, choose things that you, like, people that you think you want or think you don't want or whatever. Like, she messaged you, try, like, ask her to audition as well, and then I didn't know what to expect because she had no prior voice acting experience, and she had never demo reel, And I was just kind of thinking, honestly, in the back of my ass, kind of thinking like this will either be okay, and I might have to like direct her and improve, and she can improve, or it'll be really bad, and I'll unfortunately have to tell her that it's not gonna work out. Then she did like one audition, and then it was like it was so good that some of it's in the actual episode, in the recent actual episode. She was so good, and then I was like, okay, yeah. Like not only is she like a good actor, but like her voice really fits, and so now she's Zara. So into every, basically to just say that everyone has kind of their own story. Some people, like Ronald, who voices Eustace, I just asked, and then he, I didn't know who he was or anything. I just saw his demo reel, and I was like, hey, do you want to do a character? And then he's like, yeah, and then it just kind of happened. And other actors, it's a long story, but yeah, it's a case by case kind of thing. But yeah, the actress who is voicing Zara in the recent special episode and in this third episode, her name is Kia Dixon, and it's in the credits in the recent episode. But literally, like some of the lines that she did for like her audition were like good enough, or I think some of them are in the actual episode because they were that good. Because like some of the things you're hearing are just like it's just somebody's first time audition, and yeah, she was good. This is very surprising. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't expecting something bad, but I was just didn't. It was like a blank slate. Like I don't know. This person is like is somebody who's like really good, or someone who who just really wants to be a voice actress. And, like you never really know, and if the person doesn't have like previous work or whatever. But yeah, it worked out. But sometimes it doesn't work out. But sometimes it's like people would assume that if it doesn't work out, that means like the person's bad, but that's not really the case all the time. Like sometimes it's just like, oh, like the person's a good actor, but their voice doesn't fit, um, and or the other way around, where the person's acting experience might not be up to par, but like their voice really fits, but the acting isn't there, and so yeah, sometimes that happens, which uh, which isn't you know which isn't that interesting of a story either. But yeah, I do get asked that a lot, where it's like, where'd you find them? It's like you just if you go if you go search on YouTube like actors demo reel, you'll find a bunch of actors. I mean, I didn't do that. I don't do that for like everybody, but actually, I don't really do that at all. But I, you know, but if you're looking to start, like some people who are looking for voice actors are always like, how'd you get them? It's like you gotta start somewhere. You gotta because I guess that's kind of how I started. It was there's a group called the Voice Acting Alliance, where it was like a forum back in like 2010 or something, or 2011. That's kind of how I first started looking for people, and then I realized like, oh, some people on YouTube, some people if you're on Twitter, you can see some people are have Twitter accounts, some actors, and so yeah, it's there's no one way to go about it, but it does help. I think it helps that I have previous work that I can show. I can imagine that if somebody's just trying to start out and they only have like a little bit of work, it might be more difficult because people will be like, well, is this gonna go anywhere? Because because a lot of people want to see that like you either A, have good work, or A, that you know, whatever you're working on is gonna be finished, and it's going to like their work will have paid off by being in part of your project. And so a lot of people are looking for that, which I'm, you know, lucky. Well, I wouldn't say I'm lucky. I mean, I worked really hard to make Dead Star, uh, but but also I'm lucky that people liked it, and that they, you know, trusted me after seeing some of it to be in my stuff. Can I voice it? You said, oh god, now is everyone gonna ask me? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm not really looking at the moment though. You asked me at like the exact wrong time where I literally just cast every role in this episode, so I'm not looking for. If you followed me on Twitter, you could have, submitted a reel, because I put out like this thing on Twitter for people to, because I was looking for roles like a couple weeks ago, I guess. Was that weeks ago now? God, in quarantine, time just time just passes. But yeah, I did put out like a casting call on Twitter a couple weeks ago. But literally, I just like finalized like the last two people who I was waiting for voiceover for this episode. They just sent me theirs. But yeah, I would have to hear, because I think I would have to hear like some previous, you know, some voiceover or something. But I'm trying to think. Do I have? No, I don't have any. I don't have any. That's the thing. Like even if I were to ask, because the thing is that even though Kia did ask me, you know, she did ask me without a demo reel. Like I wasn't able to answer her for months. So it's not like, you know, it's not like she just asked me. I was like, oh well, hey, you come right here. I have a bunch of roles. So it may be the case for you and anybody who watches this and wants to ask for a role, because I'm open to it. It's just that like you might have to wait, because if I don't have like an open call or something like that, it might take a while to actually have any roles I actually need. Next time, for some reason, I pictured um, Terrence Howard from the first Iron Man going, "Next time, baby." But then but then we never saw him again. No, I'm kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding. We did see him again, but that won't necessarily happen with you. I'll just if you're actually serious about doing voiceover, just like I would say just email me actually. Email me like previous work you have, or you know, some form of honestly the biggest thing is like is is uh is having like a good mic, or like not even a good mic, but just clear audio, because sometimes people who are not like typically just professional, you know, voice actors or whatever, and they're trying to get into it, they have like they can tend to have like poor audio quality, or poor mics, or you know, mics that aren't up to par. And so that's because anyone can really be in it. It's just because that doesn't necessarily mean you'll have like a huge role, but if you just want to like play a side character or something like that, anyone could be in it. But it's you know, you'd have to have really the biggest thing is a good mic. what age did you start animating? I don't remember. Snowball Mike is good. Yeah, that's good. What age? My God, how old was I in 2008? Oh God, I don't want to think about it. But 2008 is when I started, and I guess I was 17, I think. Yeah, I was so young. But I mean, I wouldn't call what I was actually no, that doesn't count. Because I wouldn't call what I was doing animating. I was just like playing with Blender. But I guess, I mean, technically, yeah. I guess it was 2008, 2009. It's mirrored. Wow, it's taking me so long to do this. To do this one stupid thing. So that's what I was supposed to do. But yeah, there are certain questions that I feel like I wish I could just like I could just put like I don't know on I could just pin to this YouTube channel or like pin to a website somewhere where it's like frequently asked questions like how do you get your voice actors? What program do you use? I get those questions all the time. The how do you get voice actors question? I got that on I think Reddit by somebody. I was so surprised that people were like, yeah. Like that's like I want to know that. I'm like, I was like, really? I was so surprised. I was like, I thought it was I thought it was such a boring answer. I mean, it is the more I'm thinking, it is kind of a boring answer, but I guess you know. But also, it's a good thing because it means that like people like the acting in the show, and so they're. I think what they're really asking is like, how did you get like good actors or good performances for a independent project? I think that's kind of what they really mean, which is a great compliment. And so yeah, I don't mind that one. I'm honestly, you frequently ask questions. Yes, Keelan, it is a long time. Thank you. I'm old. I know. No, I'm kidding. I'm honestly more a writer. I tend to write a lot. Yeah. I think I'd say the same thing about myself, honestly. This is just I just kind of forced myself to become to become an animator because I just wanted to I wanted to see the things that I've written basically, and I realized I'm like okay, it's like it's possible that I'll never see these things, so maybe I should just make them myself. That's kind of how that's definitely how this started because for a long time this project was kind of like my thing that like oh this is divers and it wasn't called diver before like last year. It wasn't really called anything. um, Actually, what did I call it? I don't even remember. I don't remember. um, but this was always well what became Diver was always the thing, like, oh, if I ever like meet Steven Spielberg or like Hollywood, the president of Hollywood comes knocking at my door, this is the story that I'll pitch to them, because it's, you know, it's kind of it's a pitchable idea, like vertical racing. And then, and you know, it's one of my few ideas that like you could just pitch, and I think people are kind of interested from that. And that was partly the reason I kind of wanted to do it too. Was like, oh, this is like an easy thing to explain to someone after doing like Death Star for so long. It's like, what's this about? Well, it's about like a guy who used to be a soldier, and he finds like this girl with powers, and like he's kind of like down in his life because he used to be a soldier, but his mother died, and now he's feeling like he doesn't know what his purpose is. And then this girl, she used to be a princess, but she's not really a princess, she's a clone. And then she leaves and she runs away, and it's like, what is this about? It's like, it's not, it wasn't, that's not a very pitchable, you know, like elevator pitch idea, and I don't really get a lot of those. So Diver was one of those where I'm like, oh, this is like something that's kind of simple. Like the idea of it is simple, and it'll be the execution of it that's going to be the difficult part. And that was actually kind of hard in the beginning, because I'm like, this could be like anything. Like this, because I didn't have like a story. I just had kind of like the visual of it, and I'm like, well, what do I want to use the visual and that and the action element of it, like what kind of story do I want to tell like through that? And so that was the really difficult part. And also, the new series I'm doing is very like, it's not a very elevator pitch either. It's which is kind of why I wanted to do it, because I'm like, this is such a weird story, and no one's. It's not actually. It's not that weird, but it's just not something that I think, you know, a studio would be like, yeah, we definitely want like, we're confident that, you know, all the kids will love this. Like, and Diver to me kind of felt like it had the potential to be something like that, which is one of the only ideas I ever thought of where I thought like, oh, this could be like this is relatively simple. And also it's nice to have something that's kind of easy to explain after making Dead Star. Okay. It's taking like way too long to do this. This was supposed to be a short stream. I've been super obsessed with I don't know how to pronounce it. Now I'm not even gonna try something mythos. Okay. I don't know what that is, but that sounds interesting. That actually worked. going to look at this tutorial while I do this because I don't remember. So this is how you make a braid. Gotcha. Maybe I should just keep this. Oh, Cthulhu. Okay, gotcha. Wait, it's a squid head guy? Wait, what does that have to do with... What does that have to do with anything? Those are books by Lovecraft. Okay. Let me see. Let's see. So add this to the top. Oh, I see. So it fits right here. Okay. Okay. Can I braid hair? No. How would I don't know why. When in my life I would have had to braid hair, but no. My brother had cornrows though, like years ago. I don't even remember when, but it was I think one of my aunts. It's funny. I don't even think it was my aunt, but it was like my aunt's friend or something like that that was good at braiding. It's funny because not even some of my aunts or some of my family members can, or my mom can like braid cornrows or braid hair like well. It's like all the that's why it's like me like some of my family members who who have had braided hair can't even braid hair. So no, I definitely can't. I have no idea where the Cthulhu came from, but actually, the more I think about it, I think I've heard that name before. I just never heard it spelled. But I have no idea what that has to do with this. But I guess I'll look that up later. Kind of hopped in the hole as a ring. It was kind of like it was like, hey, how do you get voice actors to be in the show? By the way, have you ever heard of Cthulhu? Like, no, I have not. Otherworldly being and Diver is set in. Well, not. I wouldn't say another. Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, these episodes are set in a different world, but Earth is a part of it. This is like one of the only fantasy things I've ever done where like Earth is actually like a part of the universe because Zekans are humans. But yeah, they're right now everything's on other worlds. As Diver, no, I mean, as I said, it's like Diver's the only thing that I did where uh, Earth is actually uh, like where it's technically set in a real world, but in a futuristic world where we've gone to different planets. So like Zara and Zeke are from Earth. Like Zara is from Philadelphia, which is I'm from that area, but not exactly from Philadelphia. That's Zara. Nah, it's a complete fantasy world. So now Harrison is not like Zeke is from Earth. He's from California. So no, Harrison is not. Harrison is not from California. I can confirm that. The space mercenary is not California. You mean crossover episode? I don't think so. But maybe I did think that it might be fun to do like a cameo or something. Well, I mean, I do use like models from Dead Star all the time, but they're not technically the same characters. But I was thinking maybe like, actually no, I'm not gonna do that. I was gonna say I'm thinking of having like Harrison and Pamela in like the audience or something, but I'm like, I don't need to do that. That's kind of silly. Space, California, now. Okay, so in the tutorial, the guy is disassembling the braid. I don't think I'm gonna do that though. I don't think I want to do that. So I was following a tutorial, but now he's kind of doing stuff I don't think I want to do for this. Alright. I think I just want to know how to make it follow a curve. That'd be a cool Easter egg. Yeah, I thought so. I don't know. There's some Dead Star Easter eggs though, where you can see you can see like their ship, Alistar, in the first episode, um, and there's like a parking lot in the wide shot of like the arena where you see the arena, then you see the forest, and you can see like their ship there. And I think there's other Dead Star. I mean, that was mostly because I needed spaceships. It wasn't necessarily like a cameo. It was more like I need models for the scene. Let's just look at old spaceships I made. But yeah, that's basically how that happened. Yeah, I think there's other Dead Star stuff, isn't there? I'm trying to remember. I think there's something in episode 2. I don't even remember though. Yeah, I can't remember. So you can't braid in real life. But you can braid. Yeah, I also can't create people in real life either. And I can do that in Blender too. Or build spaceships, but I'm working on That's the thing about doing tutorials now is that like they whenever they go off or they go into their own kind of detail, I was like, well, I just want to know like one thing, and the fast forwarding. Oh, that's nice, Keelan. But I like making my all the stuff kind of on my own now. I need a Bezier curve. Wait a second. Oh, I see. Oh, I'm so sorry, YS Books. I don't know why I assumed you were a guy, but yeah, no problem. Your video looked cool. I'm so sorry. I and 1 hour late. That's fine, Groovy, because I've been really slow this first hour, so you didn't miss much. Um, for anyone, for context, I did comment on YS Books' video, and I think I said, "This is cool, man," because I don't know why I just assumed it was. I apologize. Cool, if you're changing mine. Yeah, no, I like doing it on my own now though. It's cool. That's kind of been something I kind of realized while I was doing all this, that like it's uh it's actually kind of fun to like, if I actually don't feel like modeling something, or I feel like I'm tired and I want to, it's actually been fun to just kind of like either figure out like a shortcut or just kind of work through it, and like that's kind of been the fun of doing these shows. Is that like, is that go like, well, I don't feel like mounting like a whole thing right now, and oh, okay, maybe I'll just like, have the shot only be from this angle or something, or figure out something, figure out a way to like work within, work within, restraints, which I think is something I really enjoy now. Alright, that's not bad. Let's add this to the head now. Actually, wait a second. Let me look at. Do you have a reference for the braid that I kind of think would fit flow? Let me look at that first. Hoping to get better as I go. Yeah, it's looking pretty good so far. YS books. The braid's coming along. It's all right. It's kind of nervous about using the plugin because sometimes the plugin is kind of annoying to use. Like because like basically what is gonna happen is I'm going to use this braid as a guide. Like the plugin basically uses like it uses like a curve as a guide to do the braids. So this right now is going to be, which is technically a curve. Like these curves are going to eventually be the guide for the actual hair, and so it's going to convert the hair along the shape. So we'll see. Let's see if that works. But before, it's like I've had some trouble with the plugin before. And it's called the hairnet plugin for anyone curious. Right now. Great. Okay, so I have a reference, but it's only one side. Okay. just need to know like where it starts. I basically have two references, and neither one kind of shows where the braid starts and how that kind of looks. So I'm trying to look for another reference. Really? Okay. How's it going, Urban Midnight? And yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying. I think, like, I know what direction I want it to go, but like, okay. I think I got it. Okay, so it looks like the braid starts where the hair parts. Bars. No. But that's what I didn't see before though. Okay. Alright. So I think I'm gonna do this. It doesn't need to be that big. Let me make it smaller. Actually, no. I'll just cut it off. Actually, no, I'm gonna make it smaller. Sorry. Okay. Is Diver gonna have a hair secure? You were the third person to ask that today, and the answer is I don't know. I had an idea for that, but I don't know. Actually, I also don't know how Harrison or Pamela will look with like actual hair, because Diver, like, they have different, they have like strand hair whereas the hair in Death Star was like solid, like cartoon style. So like stylistically, I'd have to like actually that would actually be kind of hard, but to like actually convert his solid cartoony hair to to actually realistic looking. Practically, that's what I'm thinking about. But actually, I don't know. I don't know. Also, if he does do like a cameo, then that would kind of rule out uh, any like crossover episode kind of thing. So if I did want to do that, eventually it'd be like, oh, well, he did a cameo. So it would be kind of weird. But I don't know. I do not know. I don't have any immediate plans to do that. So I could say that. I think for the most part, I want to wait, because I want to wait for, because hopefully if Diver does get more viewers and things like that, then maybe hopefully more people will be interested in seeing a cameo, you know what I mean, or a crossover or something like that. And maybe people will be like, oh, this is the guy, like, I like Diver, and this is the guy made other work, you know, and so maybe I'll look at that, and then maybe people will be like, oh, you know, like more people would be interested, and so it'd actually it'd be more gratifying beyond just me wanting to do it for myself, and and for a couple of you guys who would want to see it too, because it would be a lot of work. So yeah. So I think most people who subscribed and who are interested in Diver right now don't really know about my previous work. They'll be like, what is this? What's happening? Yeah, I'd like to see that. I don't know if he'd speak though. That'd be the thing. Because I don't know. I think it would be like him and Pamela are just like in the background. Okay, so basically the reference that I have looks like this. Like, this is the only angle that I saw. It was just a braid like this and from this angle. And so I had to look at another photo of a braid similar to see that it would most likely start like around here. Because my thing was like, I could see this, like I could see that there's a braid that goes along in this direction, but like, where does it start? You know, that was my thing. But I did find another reference that kind of, that shows that it starts kind of on this side, and that the hair would have to part here. And so the hair, like her hair right now, that's not going to be how, like the hair that's like, that's underneath, like that's not going to be how it's going to look. That was her hair from, I think, episode 2 or episode 1. Make hair supposed to have dreadlocks. It was too hard. Yeah, dreadlocks would be tough. I mean, Blender does have like a way to braid hair, which I think that's what I used for Zara in their latest episode, because she had like braided hair too, but like it's just not as good as this plugin that I'm about to use. So I want this to be a little wider. How do I do this? think what I want to do is tie it in like a knot, in like a braided knot, if that makes sense. Because that's what it looks like here. And let's make this even wider. Hair is hard, yes. It is indeed. That's why, like, the first thing I think about when the idea of like having Harrison and Pamela in the show is like, how am I gonna do their hair? It's like, it was much easier in cartoon style. Or, yeah, I guess you could call it cartoon style. That's the thing about like animation in general, is that like even this episode, like I'm writing it, I was like, oh, it's gonna be so cool to see all the characters in like fancy outfits and dressed up, and then like after that initial excitement, it's like, oh, I have to do all that for every character. Okay. Oh wait, no, Zara's braids in the recent episode were made with this plug-in, actually, that I'm about to do. But I'm thinking of the braids that she has in this episode, the third episode, which I did like last year. Those are done in Blender, if anyone is wondering. Like the Blender meaning like Blender, this like the uh, children for hair strands. Like down here, there's curl, radial, wave, braid, and spiral, and it just doesn't have the same results as this. do you make each ep? I mean, how long does it take to make? Does it take to make each episode? Is that what you mean? Um, in which case, I have no idea. Every episode is like has different challenges so far, so I don't really have. And I get asked it a lot too. Oh yeah, that's another thing I get asked a lot too, actually, and I never have an answer because because there are certain things. Each episode has a thing that takes longer than I kind of thought that it would, and so I don't really know. Plus, I'm working on other stuff, so it's like. So it's like the time between each episode, I'm not always technically like working on the episode during that time, like during the whole time. So yeah, I don't know. But the second episode I know took about 4 months to do. So this recent episode, I was kind of working on it. I took like breaks between, so it didn't take like the whole 6 months or whenever, however long it was in between the second episode and this latest one. I think that's that's basically the shortest answer. I should write that down. That that the time in between each episode isn't necessarily how long it took me. Like the time that they're released, I mean. Okay, I see. So this is what I'm gonna do. So basically what's gonna happen is this braid is gonna lead into like a bun, a hair bun type thing. And after looking at some of the references I have, it kind of only makes sense that the bun is a separate object or separate section. So this actual braid here isn't going to form into that. So I can delete some of it. View time? What does that mean? And thanks, Urban Midnight. I appreciate it. I wrote the story first for all of them, I guess, except I think Dead Star some story things changed. Well, like Pamela, the female character wasn't originally a princess when the show started. Like she was kind of like a normal girl who was running away from like her situation, and then got powers and things like that. But then I kind of changed that because I kind of liked the the princess aspect of it more. But I mean, of course, certain things like little details are always kind of up in the air of how certain things go down. But like for the most part, yeah. I mean, Diver, I had to write so much of it before I started because I needed like a guidepost. Um, because like it was it's such a different kind of format than anything I've ever written or seen. And I think for most people too, like most stories don't start where the characters are already good at the thing that you're watching them do. Most stories start where like oh, it's a young, like how the original version of Diver was going to be, where it's like, oh, a young person is trying to learn how to be how to be good at something. And that's how one version of the story is going to be. But like because it kind of started like, oh, all the characters are already, they're already in a championship, and so it kind of that took some work when I first started. like for me, just to be like, okay, like what stories are we gonna tell about the characters? And then once I kind of got that down, I was like, oh, okay, I could like I'd watch this, and then I started making it. But no, I mean, I couldn't imagine just like just animating stuff and then be like, I wonder what next episode's gonna be. I don't know. It's too much work for me to do that. But maybe somebody else is. It's just it's. I need to know like where everything's going. I mean, is each episode oh like the time that they're gonna be? I mean, I don't judge that beforehand if that's what you mean. But I kind of just do it and then see how long it is. But if you mean like the episodes I already finished, I mean you could just check to see like how long they are. But if you mean like do I determine how long they are before I start, then nah, I don't really do that. I do have like for the special episode, I did kind of want it to be like 4 minutes or less. That ended up not being the case. But are you planning to put representation in these projects? What do you mean? Representation is in like racial representation in terms of like the talent, like the voice actors. This is gonna go in. Oh, like LGBTQ characters. I don't know if I want to say because I don't want to give anything away. But I feel like if I say, then people will be thinking like, oh, this character's gonna have like a romantic arc or something like that. So I don't know what I want to say, but I will say that romance isn't really gonna be a big thing in the show in general. So yeah, that's kind of that's why I haven't really like. I guess I haven't like I have notes on like certain characters and their orientation and everything, but like I don't know how much any of that's gonna play into the actual story. So I haven't really thought about like I don't know. I haven't really thought about like how to incorporate that. Being super vague, but it's one of those things where I'm like no one's story at the moment really has a big romantic element. So I figure like, well, like when would I, you know, like when would the sexual orientation be like come into play? And so that's kind of where I am a bit. That's one of those things it's one of those details where I'm like I'm not sure how and when that'll technically manifest, but I don't know. I don't know. because for even the straight characters, there's I don't have any romantic plans or anything like that. At least at the moment. It even, I feel like even saying that is kind of giving something away. But yeah. But actually, no, I shouldn't say I don't have any plans for any romantic elements or anything. It's just that I have certain things, have certain elements that I might want to try for certain, being so vague, for a few characters, but I'm not sure exactly how they're gonna play out. Is that is that vague enough? Okay, I think I've played around with this enough. Now I need to actually make this hair. Okay, I see. I see. So I need to get rid of. Wait. Am I doing this right? Okay, I am. Okay, so that's applied. Also, you know what's weird? YouTube held that message for review just because it had LGBT in it. Like, why? Why was YouTube like? They're like, "Are you sure you want this?" Like, yeah. Like they gave me the option to show it or hide it. I'm like, what? This is a weird platform. I say that, and then all of a sudden the screen goes black. Like, get out of our, get out of our sight. It's like I just said it was weird. It's like, no, you're not allowed. Not allowed to slander us. always skip that part of the tutorial. So I'm looking at the tutorial how to do this, and they said that the origin needs to be the center of the world space. I never heard that part before. Oh. Oh, that makes sense. That's maybe why I had problems before. Okay. YouTube is strange. Yeah, it's getting stranger. Also, they won't let me have well, they won't let me be a partner, I don't think, until I have. It was like 1,000. It's not just me. I'm not saying me. I mean, just people in general who don't have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000. I think it's called public watch hours. Wait, is it hours? No, I think it's minutes. Hours would be crazy. But yeah, I think it's you have to have 4,000 and or more public watch minutes. I think that's right. Maybe it is hours. I don't know. Hours wouldn't make sense. I should look that up. And but I have over 1,000 now, but I don't have but it's because it's animation. Like the episodes are short. Like and so yeah, YouTube just isn't really catered toward like animators. And plus, it's not like these streams are like getting like thousands of hits or something like that. And I don't really do them for the views necessarily. And so yeah, and so I can't. It's like I can't be. I can't be a partner, and I can't have. Is it monetization? I think it's. I can't have monetization until then. And which includes I think super chat, which is like when people can donate while while they're while they're watching a stream or something. And so I need and I don't know if or how or when I'd ever get 4,000 public minutes. I think that's what it is. I think I should probably look that up. Is it minutes? Let me look that up. Oh no, it is hours. Okay. So it's 4,000 public watch hours. But what does that mean? It says I have 639 right now. Huh. You can get in trouble for just saying monetization? Oh god. I hope I don't get in trouble now. I mean, I don't really care. But, because, like, what are they gonna do? You said it. Like, what am I supposed to say? Like, sorry? I don't. If that is true, I don't know what I would. I don't know what I would be apologizing for. But yeah, it didn't always work that way. Like for Dead Star, I had less than 1,000, I think, for a while, and I was able to have monetization, but they changed it. Oh, I think I need selected. Let's see if that worked. Wait a second. It doesn't look like it worked. Where is it? Well, your content. I mean, I'm not monetized now, so I mean, what could they? Can't demonetize me if I'm not monetized. I think. Okay, so I just added this. It doesn't seem like it's working. And yeah, they're like, just pay me money you didn't make. Like why? Like, I don't know. We're YouTube. That's what we do now. They're like, don't question us. Okay, this is not working. I don't know why. Oh, there. Okay. So this. Okay. This is what happened last time. So this club of hair in the sky is is meant to be the braid. This is kind of the issue I had last time, where it wasn't making the braid where I wanted it to. Here we go. Okay. See, like this is what it's supposed to be. Oh. Okay. So now it just completely stopped working. Okay. consider streaming on Twitch? Not really. I don't know. I don't think I have enough viewers already on YouTube to be that to carry that over to Twitch. In terms of like the streams, so I don't really know. I mean, I could do both, I guess, but I don't know. I'm not really. I don't know. I guess I could do that. But then again, I guess I don't know if I stream or if I plan to stream enough to want to do that. I'm hoping my series will help sell more books. Yeah, I mean, hopefully. If it does well, then yeah. Should have a cloud looming over, yeah. It's just a hair cloud. I think what I did before is I had to actually move this thing around until it actually went to the right spot. Like I had to move this like over here or something to make the actual braid in the right place. Yeah, let's see. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Maybe it's because, hold on. Maybe that's why, because bald flow. Okay. Maybe this will work. Okay, let's try this again. just work? I think that worked. Let's see. Almost. Okay, come on. That's like... That's close enough. Maybe... Oh, I think the origins of both objects need to be the same. Which I should add is not in the tutorial that I was using. So maybe the guy who made the tutorial should have put that in. Yeah, okay. That's what needed to happen. Got it. So both I need to remember that from now on. So both objects need to have the same origin. Got it. So basically what you do is like you select the braid or the curve that's going to be the braid, and then you select the object that is the hair, this, and then they both need to have the same point of origin. Okay, I got it. I know that for future reference now. Okay. Now I have to redo all of the hair though, but that's okay. Yeah, I had to change the whole, I had to apply the scale and location for the hair, which is why now the hair is completely off. So now I have to redo all the hair, but the braid is good. So, you know, that worked out. Alright, so it's gonna look similar to that. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. It'll look better when she actually has hair, but for now, that's good. Let me... Particle, comb it a little bit. Okay. So now that's good. Okay, so now I gotta redo all of the hair, but that's fine. It shouldn't take that long. What if she was just bald, but just with a braid? That's it. No. Alright. So the hair is going to part like right there. this. I'll be right back. Okay, I think. Okay, I don't need all these hairs. So, but I do need a lot on the top. So I think I'm gonna cut these. Do you know when your next stream will be? This one's not over yet. Don't rush me. No, I'm kidding. No, I don't really. I don't know actually. I'm trying to think. Maybe it'll be every couple days at least. I don't know. Because Harrison is more used to Harrison than yeah, me too. It turns my voice. I feel like if someone asks me like, "What's your like regular speaking voice?" I'm like, I don't know. If someone asks me, "What's Harrison's speaking voice?" Oh, it's like this, and I do this and this. Um, but yeah, the next stream, I don't know. So the hair's gonna part like here. Wait, is this doing that thing where? Yeah, it is doing that thing. Okay, let's go back. Would this be easier if I just? Never mind. It's too late. I was gonna say it might be easier if I just made strands myself. Actually, I'm gonna start sewer. I don't think I'm gonna make the strands myself, but this is too many. It's much better to work with less hair. This is like 800, I think. So free edit. Let's go less. But it's funny. I used to post like panels that I did. I did a few panels for Death Star, and I posted them on the channel back in the day. I don't think they're there anymore. But Everson would say that like, oh, I'm more used to your voice as the character that I am just seeing you talk. And everything. Okay, I don't know how to feel about that, but Maybe I can understand that. looks like this is coming together. Oh yeah, I was gonna say YS Books. If you're still in the chat or watching, that sharing your trailer or any of your stuff actually on Facebook might be a good idea. I don't know if you've done that already, but like in Facebook groups and stuff. Because I've been doing that for Diver and for other stuff recently, and it's been more helpful than I think I thought it would be. Especially for like indie projects and things like that, because there's so many places now that are kind of like, yeah, they're kind of guarded up, like Reddit, where you're not really, it's not really catered for people to kind of self-promote anymore. And yeah, I think Facebook is right now kind of the best place to like share independent stuff. That is, if you're not like sharing on, actually, I was gonna say, like, if you're not sharing on Twitter and Instagram, but Facebook's kind of better because you can join a group that's kind of for whatever you're working on, and get kind of more. You can kind of target people more easily, as opposed to just kind of putting it out there which is kind of what Twitter and like Instagram are for. Do you mean me, Keelan? Did I live near New York? Because I mean, I don't really. I live in Jersey, but I can't. I live in South Jersey. I guess in North Jersey you'd be able to see, or closer to New York, you're able to see the Statue of Liberty. But yeah, no, I can't. I live like close to Philly. Like super close to Philly, which is kind of why I made Zara from Philadelphia, because I have a affiliation with that city. I've been sharing on Facebook. Oh, okay, cool, yeah, and Instagram, Discord. Yeah, I haven't really. Maybe I just don't know enough about Discord, but I haven't really shared anything through there, or found out like the best ways to do that, because it seems like most places to share stuff are kind of in like general chats in certain places, and I don't know how much that would help, but I don't know, like I'm speaking from a place of ignorance because I've never really done it. Oh, you're from Philly too. That's awesome. I think I have a relative that lives in Delaware, actually. Actually, maybe I'm wrong, or maybe they used to. But I think that was like years ago. Actually, maybe they don't live there anymore. But I remember we visited them. This is, I think, when I was like. Actually, no, I don't think it was a relative. I think it was like a friend of my dad's or something. But that was the only time I've ever been to Delaware. It was smart. You guys don't have to pay taxes, right? Or like there's no taxes on the things you buy. I think that's how it works. I think everyone has to pay taxes, but there's no like okay. I'm not really trying to, not really looking to share my stuff in a lot of Blender communities, to be honest, that Urban Midnight. I meant more like how to reach like no sale tax, right? That's what I was thinking of. Like I've been recently trying more to, because I used to do that a lot with Death Star, and that's cool. Like getting a lot of people who are Blender users or, well, yeah, just Blender users. But I've been trying to find ways to target more just people who are like fans of anime or fans of animation. Because so I've been trying to, because I shared it in the Blender Reddit, uh, the Reddit subreddit, and that was cool. Like I got a lot of I got some good hits in there, but I've been trying to think of ways to kind of target people who, or uh, reach people who are just kind of, just fans or just people who are interested in watching animation. Because sometimes with Blender people, and I know this from just myself, it could be more about like the actual like the actual technical aspects of it, more so than actually like like liking the series or the story or the characters and stuff like that. And right now, I'm kind of more interested to find more people who are just looking to watch the show, not necessarily go like, well, hey, this was made in Blender, which is cool, and I still do share in Blender places sometimes, but. Yep, yeah, I shared it in there, in the Ruby, yeah, Ruby and the Rooster Teeth group. I've been sharing in there, and a lot of people have been really nice there. I actually was like really scared, not really scared, but nervous to share there because I thought they were gonna be like, I was actually really nervous actually the more I think about it, so I thought they'd be like, this is not related to Roost. That's how some anime or places, spaces online used to be when I was like doing Dead Star, where it's like, if this is not strictly anime, or this is not strictly exactly what the title suggests, then don't share anything. And I thought that I haven't really shared stuff in a while, so I thought like, and this was like months ago when I was sharing Diver stuff, like last like toward like Octoberish, or early this year, and I thought like people would be like, this is not related to Ruby, and people would like troll it and be like get this out of here. And I did, to be honest, I did get that in the Reddit side of things, in terms of the Rooster Teeth Reddit and the Ruby Reddit, and I could delete it like super fast. There were people who just got mad. They're like, this has nothing to do with it. So the Reddit side of things, it did not go well. But on Facebook, they were really nice. That's why I recommend Facebook above Reddit. That's why I didn't mention Reddit, because some people, if it's not exactly, or if it's anything self promotion, some people are just kind of yeah, get really mad, which I understand, but but there are places where people are more lenient, and that's been cool. Yeah, like all the people in the Ruby and Rooster Teeth Facebook group were nothing but nice, and I got a lot of people. Uh, I got a lot of sort of followers from that, which was really cool, and a lot of people were like really, really nice. But yeah, the Reddit group, I get it. I mean, it wasn't related to, because the Reddit group is way more Ruby centric. It's way more about uh, like posting fan art and things like that there. So I get that. Like So I wasn't that surprised, but I deleted it like super quick. Like I got like one or two negative comments. I'm like, okay, all right, I'm out. Like, okay, I get it. And then I deleted my post, and I got downvotes too. And then I was like, okay, like I understand. It was a mistake. Because if you leave, you know, you leave that up there for like an hour, you leave any negative post for an hour, people just like they'll just find you. Like they'll be like, they'll email you or like message you like, how dare you? And what do you know, some people. I mean, not everybody, but some people on the internet are just, you know, some people like that's you know, like in like they spend a lot of their time in those kind of spaces on the internet, and that's and they you know they could feel protective over those kind of spaces, which again, you know, I get. I'm not like, it wasn't like that surprise where I'm like, what? Like, but I thought it wasn't it wasn't like that. I was like, okay, yeah, like that's cool, that's cool. It's like next thing you know, like one of them shows up at your house. It's like, and here's another thing. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, we don't stand for self promotion around here. It's like, all right, all right. I'm like on the toilet. They show up at the window. Or, like, how'd you get in here? What? How do you know where I live? They track you down. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, for the most part, I've only had like positive interactions with the Ruby community. Nothing. I didn't. Even it's funny because even the person who commented, who was like, get this out of here. Like they even said like, okay, this looks cool. Like congratulations. But like, but then I think I forgot what they said after that. They're like, get this out of there. And I think a curse word was used. But it was like, what? It's like, why the? I think it's something like that. I don't remember. But like, why the F? I'll try not to curse. Is this in this Reddit community or something like that? But yeah, it is what it is. It's like nowadays it's so crazy how the internet changed. Like it used to be so easy to just kind of post something and then get people, and then people would just see it. Like they just find it if you just post it, because the internet was like so much smaller. Especially like YouTube, you could just like you could post something without any subscribers and it might show up in somebody's feed, which is like unheard of now. Like it's like impossible unless you use like hashtags or you know, words that like phrases and things that already have a lot of views and things like that. Like and even still, it's not like a guarantee. Like people who are interested in a topic aren't necessarily. That's the thing about the internet, is that like, you know, we all like to believe that like, oh, if I'm gonna make a gaming channel, I'll just put hashtag gaming in my video, and then people who are interested in gaming will find it. And it's actually not really the case. It's like, because when you think about it, like how often anybody who's watching this, who's interested in anything, like how often do you look through hashtags of whatever you're interested in? You know what I mean? Like most people already have whatever they're fans of like set up, and they just go there. Like if somebody's interested in Ruby, for example, they know all the Ruby YouTubers. They're not necessarily like like if I were to use the Ruby hashtag or something, it's like it's not like it's kind of it's not necessarily true that like Ruby fans are scouring the Ruby hashtag. You know, like fan bases kind of they already have like places where everybody goes, and so just another way that the internet is more difficult, makes things more difficult to attract people if you don't have, you know, money. Because with money you could kind of do whatever you want. You could just pay for slots and things, or you could pay for advertisement and all that stuff. I follow plenty. Sure, yeah, some people do. Yeah, I shouldn't say that about everybody, but I think I meant more like most people who are, you know, fans of like even like animation or like like or whatever. It's like most people kind of already have the networks that they go to, and they just kind of go there because they don't necessarily like most people are interested in a thing don't necessarily um, like you know look at through different hashtags. Some people do, to be fair. It's just not the majority. Also, a lot of people who like for like 3D stuff and artists, most people are kind of making their own things, like, which is another reason why I don't really like post to many Blender things too much anymore. Is as much as it's cool, um, sometimes it's like, you know, people kind of look through Blender stuff to see just kind of what other people are doing, and rather than like looking for new things to watch or to check out or to or to be like an audience for. And so yeah, I've been trying to, you know, more so find like an audience who are kind of like who are more interested like in the story aspect and or who are just kind of want to watch as a show, hopefully, less so than thinking like, oh, that's a cool project. You know, like I do animation and this is a cool animation project, which is again that's nice too, but I want to, you know, try to find different audiences. Yeah, I do this. Yeah, I do it too. I'm not saying I don't do it. I add hashtag the things a lot. It's just some posts I don't because I'm like, because I'm just like I didn't really post this to you know attract that many people. But yeah, and also there are sites, there are like channels that are almost like kind of like there are Twitter accounts and Instagram accounts and things that are almost like programmed to like if somebody posts something with a certain hashtag or something that they'll share it and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm not saying I never use hashtags. I'm against them. I'm just saying that like for the most part, that's not really the best way to get your stuff out there. Like, well, depending on if how many people you want. It's a little. Whoops. My bad. Oh, crap. Do I have to do this again? I think I do. That's another problem with the, this, um, this braid, plugin thing. Is that it's kind of, if you try to edit it, it's a little buggy. First of all, let me save this. Try to promote your work via influencer? Do you mean have I tried it? Or I should try it? Is that a statement or a question? So I have not, if that's the question. Oh, I should. Oh, I will check that out. I guess I don't think I've ever been there. I've heard of that though, but I don't think I've ever tried it. Oh, via an influencer. Oh, I thought that was like a website or something. Oh, I mean, yeah. I've definitely tried that for a while on Twitter, and I don't think I've done it in Instagram, but Twitter is kind of more, I think, suited to that. And I've had some people do that, like the guy who his name's one of the directors on, and I think creator of Black Dynamite. I met him actually once at a film festival, like years, like in 2014 or something like that. Like, I mean, I met him as in like he was on his way out, and people were going up to be like, hey, and I just approached him when he was leaving. Not like, oh, we were just schmoozing at some party. It wasn't like that. It was like, it's like I was an audience member, like an attendee of the festival, and then he was leaving, and I was like, hey. And but he was really nice, and yeah, and I tweeted him when the show first started, and I tweeted him. I think the first episode he replied, which was cool, and yeah, and I've had some people reply and share and retweet or whatever, but yeah, it's not something I'd say I would rely on. But it's something I try every once in a while, and I email certain people who are like, you know, who are like YouTubers who talk about like animation, things like that. Haven't really had much success there, but I still try it. Because also depending on who it is that that either retweets or you know likes or mentions your series, it's not really guaranteed that like that all of their followers are gonna you know are gonna swarm to your thing. Which is another thing I kind of learned. But I mean, anyone can get a voice actor without who are willing to do unpaid work. It's not like I don't have like a special ability. I just because it's also not like I just everyone I email has gotten back to me. But will they stay for the entire? Well, it depends who it is. I mean, also I have no idea. Yeah, but luckily it's not like you know. At least this series is not like something that's like weekly where it's like a huge commitment. So hopefully. it's Pamela with an N. Uh, but no, she did. Like the voice actress who started. Actually, she had three voice actresses. One that voiced her in the first few episodes. That was actually a really tough character to cast. Uh, it was one who she was 14 at the time, so I thought the age was important. I guess which that was wrong. Uh, People voice characters who sound younger all the time, but she voiced her for the first few episodes, but wasn't able to do it after a while because she was like getting older and going, going off to college and everything. And then another voice actress voiced her in the movie, and which was really the 3 episode or 2 episodes in between. And then Leeson voiced her. She was more like cause she was more someone who could do it for a long period of time, which I was very grateful for. And then she voiced her after that, and she voices Flo now. A childhood friend does my music. Oh, that's cool. Also, as I mentioned earlier, Inaris, who uh, voiced Zara for the first 2 episodes, wasn't able to do it anymore since she got super busy. And so for now on, at least hopefully, Kia will be voicing Zara, who voiced her in the most recent episode, the special episode. Oops. did not think that doing her hair would take this much time, but at least we're almost done now. What if that was? This is just the hairstyle. Just 3 wild strands. I spent the last 2 hours trying to figure out how to use erase. Oh, nice. At lady? Is that supposed to say at last? And that's funny you mentioned that YS books, because I have a friend who's also a female friend of mine who is writing a book, and or who's an author, and also she's who makes animated series as well. I don't think she's made an animation based off her book though, but and also that I bring that up because she uses iClone for animation. Her name's Elizabeth Niederhut. Actually, wait, let me see if I can get this right. I was about to say the name of her stuff, but I want to see if I get the name right. Elizabeth. I was gonna say Immortal Dreams. Is that right? I think that's right. Yeah, I think it's Immortal Dreams and something else. Right, yeah, no, her channel's name is Immortal Dreams Productions, right? But yeah, it just reminded me of her. Oh wait, no, the name of her series is Hunting Shadows. That's right, and she has another series too. But yeah, just a fellow web series creator. I feel like we all, everyone who creates animated web series, we all just know each other. We all just eventually find each other. Like, yeah, you're doing the same thing. Um, Start off using Blender for book covers. Interesting. I just don't want to learn new software. That's I can relate to that very much. Learning new software is a pain, especially if you're already like, adept at something else. But I've been trying to do it more. I've been trying to experiment more with like After Effects and things like that. Like for the trail effect in the latest episode where the speeders can take off at the starting line, I did use After Effects for the lightning effect there. So I've been trying to use it more. But Adobe products, I don't know. They're both easy and kind of difficult to learn for me for some reason. Easy in that like they all kind of have the same settings in a way, but difficult in that they all have a lot of kind of advanced settings that you have to really take a lot of time to learn. But it's just the nature of the beast. It's just how it works. You gotta learn programs. Immortal Dreams, SSP. I don't know what that is. Are you asking if that's her channel? Because her channel is Immortal Dreams Productions. It's all one word. was it you that asked me this last stream, or maybe it was somebody else? But yeah, so it asked me this last stream, and no, because I don't. My computer and my OS, my Mac OS, is too outdated to use it. But once I get a new computer, if I can hopefully raise enough money through like Patreon and stuff, um, to get a new computer, then maybe I'll get it. I can't promise that like I'll use that for Diver or any of my projects, because I kind of set up, or I kind of made a whole system of how I kind of use simple techniques to make the series, and just rely on like basic lighting techniques and things. And also the freestyle. I don't know if the freestyle render thing would work the same as I use it here, but if I get a new computer, then I'll definitely experiment with it. But I don't think I'll ever make like Diver with it, since Diver now has this specific look to it, and I wouldn't want to change the look really. And also I like the look, so but I wouldn't want to change it. But yeah, maybe if I get it, then maybe I'll make a new project in the future with it, or not. I mean, I'm not really that big into like programs necessarily. I'm just into like how to use whatever program I need to kind of make what I want. That's kind of more what I use it for. I'm not really. That's why whenever people ask me about Blender stuff, I'm always kind of like, I just kind of use it, just to do whatever I need to do at the time. I'm not really like, oh, there's a new Blender thing out, I need to, or a new plugin, or I'm not really that guy. I'm just kind of like, okay, how could I use this to make what I want, or like what new things will help me with the show, and that's kind of how I do it. If that makes sense. And yeah, I think this is 7.8, right? Yeah. I think I have 7.9, do I? Trying to look. I use 7.8 and 7.5. Because 7.5, there are less glitches with certain things, or like I forget what, but certain things crash with this version of Blender, and they don't crash in 2.5. So. I need to do this, whatchamacallit, the braid again. I think I need to bring the braid downward. Sketchy outline. Yeah, I think I could. There's a way to do that with this version of Blender too, or with freestyle. I always don't know what to call it. I guess it's freestyle rendering. Oh, and yeah, her art style is pretty cool. So you're gonna be a main villain, and why would I tell you that? How how much do you want me to give away? No, what can I say? How can I answer that? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe the story doesn't need a villain. Maybe it does. Like, what was I supposed to say? Like, yes, and this is him, and this is when he'll show up. And no, I don't want to give it away. Maybe, maybe not. Or who says it's a him? Or who says if there will be one at all? I'm just, just saying. Well, I mean, I can confirm that the villain is not Zeke or Zara. If there were to be a villain, it wouldn't be them. And I think I could confirm that. Well, no, I don't confirm anything else. But yeah, it's not Zeke or Zara. I can say that. There's not going to be some crazy twist with them at least. But maybe we've already met the villain though. I don't know. I don't know. one of the little aliens that helps her. I mean, I can also confirm that yeah, they're definitely not villains either. The villains are the ones that is hosting the race. I could see Flo becoming like a pawn of the villain. Interesting. Those are two very interesting predictions. Neither of them are correct necessarily, but neither of them are. I won't say whether they're incorrect either. I do. It's funny that somebody, uh, or no, there's one. Um, all right. I don't like to confirm things, but I can say that no, that she's the alien in that episode. Now that was more just to actually. I'm confirming this because it, I'm confirming that is not a villain just because uh, I think it's important to the story that people know that that's not that like people who don't like Zeke and Zara as a part of the or don't like that humans are being incorporated into the races. That's just gonna be. I don't want people to think anytime that happens that those people are villains, and so I do want to confirm that. I'm comfortable confirming that character is not a villain, or nor am I even sure that character will ever show up again. That was like that took place like 5 years before the first episode. I don't have any immediate plans for that character to come back. Oh no! What happened? This keeps happening. See, this is the problem with this plugin is that there's so many like glitches. Like I just like the braid was fine 2 seconds ago, and then I went into edit mode, and now it's messed up. Okay, so let's try this again. Like this here, this is what I mean. Like this, to turn curves into hair is a plugin that I'm using. And it keeps messing up. Okay, first let's just see. Actually not yet. I was gonna say let's see what it looks like. Okay, what if learn to use the wave. Oh, nice. YS books. Oh wait, I think I misread. You said there's one alien talking bad about A certain organization. Oh, I thought you meant the lady with the antennas who was telling Zara that I did read that comment fully. Talking bad about an organization. I can also say no. That no. Like it wasn't an organization that I think you mean Rudy, the character Rudy. He wasn't talking about a organization. He meant more that like the character Cheo with the four arms. He has this belief that there's like a new era of racing that's about to happen, um, where like pilots are more freely allowed to fly wherever they want, like in the universe, and that like the new era is going to be more. Um, it's going to bring about like more interesting pilots, and that's kind of why Rudy was saying like, oh, maybe this is like when he saw that Zara was so passionate, he was thinking like maybe this is like going to be a new era of pilots. That's kind of the point. Oh no, did I do it again? Okay, no, never mind. Okay, because last time I went into edit mode and then it screwed everything up. And I just did it again. Why did I do that? Okay. Reminds me. They are kind of similar characters, actually. His name from Death Star was Yang Yoon. Yang Yoon. Uh, he he's talking about the street preacher basically from episode 9. I actually have footage of him from episode what was going to be episode 11, but I never finished it. I actually finished animating his scene for episode 11. But yeah, they're a little similar. They're both. I like those kind of characters. Like this sort of. They're both kind of based on. There's a character called Lady Miyako. I think that's her name from Akira. I think she had more of a role in the manga of Akira, but like sort of the character who's like a street preacher who's like trying to tell people like about the conspiracies and like the government and all these things. And yeah, this character's interested. I like outlandish characters just in general. Characters who are really loud and brash. Okay. Now what? Whoops. Man, this is taking way longer than I thought. But that's fine. This is way harder than I thought it would be. Alright, so we're gonna make another braid. Okay, we're gonna make another braid that's kind of like a circle. Actually, let's use a curved circle. You see how it looks when rendered. Yeah, I think I should, right? Like probably when it's all done. Well, I mean at the end of the stream. Yeah, it's kind of tough to render sometimes while it's streaming. It takes longer, but we'll see. Wait, what? Why? Whoa, why not? That's weird. So, is there a way to connect the vertices here? I feel like you should be able to do that. And I'm just going to. Oh, this is all. Oh, I see. Right. Okay. Okay. Gonna convert this to a mesh. And then make it a curve again. Okay. 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 So this is basically going to be the back of her hair bun thing. Okay. Now it worked. It's a little high. Okay, alright. So, having a little bit of a problem here. Let's see. Hey, again, Keisha. Yes, I'm still streaming. Maybe I said this was not going to be a long stream today, but then it's turning into another long one. Now I'm having issues. I don't know why. I think this might be tough, but I think it's gonna be. I think I'm not allowed for this plugin. You're supposed to. It looks like the plugin is made so you could convert curves to hair, but it looks like you're only allowed to really do it once, or else it kind of messes up the other one. Which is unfortunate. Yeah. Okay. So let's do this then. Let's make this off kind of purposefully. Okay, so we added the first one. So basically what I'm trying to do, these are two, this is a curve for the curl, I mean the braid that I want on the side, and this is a curve for the braid that I want to be in the back. And so this one, so I just added the one on the side, so let's see. Let's give it more steps so you can see. So this one works. So that's there. And the problem is when I add the second one here. So when I add the second, curve, then see the first one kind of messes up. So I think what I'm gonna do is, or maybe it won't mess up if I do it through here. Nope. I could add two different hair objects, but I don't want to. I kind of want all the hair to be on the same object. Just out of convenience. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this one lower than I want it, because it looks like it's making the braids go higher as soon as I add a second braid. So I'm going to make this actually lower than I want it to be, so that when it when it glitches, it will make it go higher up and actually in the position where I actually kind of want it. Let's see if that works. Wait, what? I think that just, did that work? What just happened? Okay, that's way too, okay. Alright. That's way too high. Okay, that didn't work. think I'm just gonna see if I can move it manually in edit mode. Oops. Why did I do that? That was stupid. Okay. Okay, so let's actually name these braid back. Braid side. Braid top. Okay, I'm literally just gonna grab this whole thing if I can. Yeah, and just move it down. Okay. That's where I want it. Okay. That worked. Okay. I wonder if I can. Oh no! Why did I do that? Why do I keep doing that? At least I can undo it. I've never done this before, but I wonder if I can duplicate this whole thing. Can I? No. Okay. Fair enough. I did it again. Okay, maybe I should make this black finally, because she's starting to look like an old lady with the gray hair. Nothing wrong with gray hair, but she's looking like a old, like a queen or something, like an elder, like a mature elder woman. Oh, come on, just moving it does that. Alright, let me. Oh my god, can you imagine if I didn't save it? Alright, let's save. Solidify this thing. Man, that was way more difficult than I thought. Okay, let's. We got one more thing. the last thing I want to do is give her a sort of hair, loose hairs. And I think I'm going to give her some hairs that kind of fill out these areas here. Alright, hang on guys. I'll be right back. Alright. Okay, let's finish this up. It's kind of funny that, I mean, that's the cool thing about, or for me, the cool thing about Flo, her character in general, is that like she looks so like poised and kind of elegant here, and yet she's like, you know, very kind of rude, mature character. Or I'll just say she's misunderstood. Let's put it that way. Actually, I still need to brighten this a bit because I can't really see. Don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, that's kind of like that's kind of like the idea behind Flo's character in general. The bulky alien's crush. Who's the bulky alien? Man, who's SSJ? Who's that? My head, I went straight to Super Saiyan. Anytime I see SSJ. Oh yeah, Eustace. Yeah. Oh, I mean, he already. I think it's not giving anything away. The first episode sets up that he already has a crush. Oh yeah, good night, YS Books. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry, I called you a guy earlier. To be fair, actually, nah, there's no real excuse. Okay. Oh, thanks. Yeah. It's yeah, I think this is about done actually. I'm going to actually let me make sure that this isn't going through. Okay. Now we can do a test render. Is there a camera? No, there's no camera. I feel like Okay, let's do a test. Test render. Let's add a sky. And alright. Alright, I'm turning my mic down a little bit because I'm going to eat quickly while this is rendering. Okay, before this even finishes, I want to change some things. It's already the hair is a little too thin, so I'm gonna change that. And should be smoother. Okay. Now let's try this again. Go lower the volume again. Sorry. Okay. I stepped out the room for a second. Now it's done. Alright. I feel like I can barely see the the braid, but that's fine, I guess. Alright, let's do also. This can be brighter. Hmm. Well, I'm gonna play with it anyway. I guess I don't need to. I don't need to make every modification right now. Let's do a side view. Actually, hold up. Before I do that, I want to do a side sort of profile view, but before I do that, I want to add light back here. Okay, I think with that, now that the hair is done, I think that's it for Flo in terms of her design for episode 3. I think I'm gonna add just randomly. I think I'm gonna add like these wristband things I saw on this design. But other than that, yeah, I think that's it for her. Plus, I need to move on anyway. So. That's going through her ear there a bit. that's done. Okay. Looks pretty good. The only... The only kind of issue I have is... Maybe it's just because I spent all that time doing it, is I can't really see... I can't really see the braid. Their hair. Maybe I'll make the braid a different color. Because I would like people to see that. Maybe it'll be black, but like the hair is just straight black. And maybe this will be maybe it'll be a darker gray, just so it stands out a bit. That's funny. I was just thinking maybe it should be a different color, like in general. I was thinking red, but I don't know if that would go well with her skin tone. I think for now, a lighter, or a darker gray might be better. I don't know. I think blue would probably be best if I was going to change the color. Like green would be the obvious choice, but I don't think that really fits. Let's see what blue looks like. Alright, that means I have to change the back too. That's not bad. Or maybe just purple. Or just a different shade of purple. It's too saturated. Actually, a different color is not bad. Maybe we'll do that. That's funny because I made it this color before I read your comment, and I think that is the same color as her eyes. Let's try this actually. Maybe darker. Actually, maybe it's a bunch of colors. So I use strand rendering or strand textures when I do grass, but I've never actually used it for like actual hair. And plus it goes with Flo's character, I think that she would dye her hair. gotta stand out. Yeah, exactly. Now I'm just kind of making up stuff. Maybe some white in there. Okay. And this is just testing it out. Yeah, nothing set in stone. But I added like multiple colors to it. I've actually never tried this before. Let's see if this works. Let's see. I mean, it looks okay, but also it doesn't really look like her hair, which isn't bad, but also I think it's too thick. It should be thinner so it looks more like hair. Yeah, I think it should blend from, because I made it blend from white. I think it should blend from black because her hair color is black. Like it starts from white and then it goes down. And you can't see the back at all. Jeez. Let's put this on a different layer. And let's put this light on a different layer. Okay. Actually, let's admit that a little bit so it stands out in the shadows. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that was gonna work, but let's see. Um, okay, let's try again. I'm just kind of nitpicking, by the way. If it's already done, now I'm just kidding. This is what I do a lot of times when things are already done. I'm like, should it be this color? Do we try this lighting? Should we this? Sometimes it takes longer to get the look right than the actual making of it. Yeah, I mean, red. I don't think I. I don't know. Red. It's in general. I don't think I'm trying. I try to avoid because she has purple skin. And it's kind of weird to add red to to that. Uh, like to her skin tone, but I don't know. I might experiment with it. But I don't think red would work with the hair too, especially because that's it's right next to her face. There's not enough. I think well, one, it's too thick again, and also actually this doesn't look bad. But it still should blend from. I think it should blend from black around here. Or maybe just keep it keep it black. Actually, I like this. Maybe like this whole portion of it. I'm saying this with my cursor, even though you guys can't see my cursor. But the top portion of it, I think, should be black, and then it should. I think it should blend into the white because I like the bun being white and pink like that. That looks kind of cool. But like this part, it just doesn't look like hair. Plus, I think it's because it's too thick also. But and there's not enough of it. I think I need to add more children is what it's called. How come her skin's purple? Should I just change it this episode? Or I mean that's the race of her species. Like, what's the meaning behind that? It's, I mean, it's a bunch of different races. Like, Eustace is green. Rudy from the recent episode, he's red. I don't. Oh, I was gonna say, it's like, I thought you were suggesting, like, oh, you should just change the skin. It's like, well, I mean, I don't think she could just change races that quickly. Like, what's the meaning behind the skin color? It's like, well, she's an alien. Okay, I need to, I need to run this kind of faster, so I'm going to turn off ray tracing. Okay, I think, let's save it. So I'm just going to be playing around with the colors now. So I think that should do it for the stream. Because I could be here just all night, just like, maybe it should be this, maybe that, maybe purple, maybe this, maybe go back to black. So I think we should have to, we braided the hair, we hit our objective, and I think with that I should call it. But I think the next time I'll stream is probably in a few days, maybe Wednesday. I don't know, maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't think I'm gonna stream tomorrow, but I don't know. I don't have a set schedule on when I'm gonna like stream right now, so it's gonna be kind of random at the moment. But yeah, I'll be streaming a couple times a week though, so it won't be too long in between. But yeah, okay. So I think I'll see you guys next either Tuesday or Wednesday. And I guess we'll be doing. I think I'll probably have animation done by then, so maybe I'll be able to show some sort of like sort of work in progress animation. But I think I'm going to be creating or finishing the alien character that I started. So I think that's what I'll be doing. We're putting the head that I made and putting that on the body.